Hello there. How you guys doing? Happy Tuesday. Hope you've all had a nice weekend. Over here it's like finally not the middle of like a summer heat wave, so it's been very cozy for the last week or two. So yeah, really been enjoying that. It seems like most of Europe is basically in a constant heat wave this entire month. So I have to say I am quite glad that uh I'm not in the rest of Europe. So yeah. Like I keep on hearing that like Spain, Italy, and Greece are like reaching heat records day after day, and I feel very bad for the people living there. And also the people who like went on vacation over there to like, have a nice holiday and now they're basically trying to not end up with heat stroke. So either way, yeah, glad to like not really be doing the whole summer vacation thing. Yeah, air conditioning will probably become more popular. I'm also hoping that in terms of architecture, people will, build more reasonable buildings eventually. Um, because the thing is, it makes way more sense to have smaller windows than to have giant windows when you're in a climate where it heats up that much. But, yeah, with how culturally we kind of went from having small windows to just having walls that are entirely made of windows, uh, the need for air conditioning has also gone up in that regard. So, like all those office buildings that are basically just made of glass. Like, yeah. Well, yes, they're to resist heat flow, but at the end of the day, those buildings still have air conditioning. Because what you'd want is more, like, lower to the ground with small windows, not, like, trying to catch as much sun as possible. But oh well. Like, generally, walls are better at insulating than windows. Because, well, they're walls, and they can be a lot thicker. So, yeah, with those thick, like, window situations, you could still have a lot of airflow in comparison to, like, you know, brick and proper insulation. Um, yeah, sure. But the thing is, we could just, not do the whole having that many windows thing. So, yeah. Cheapest windows that the wind blows right through. Well, it would at least make it so that you don't have to spend extra on, adding ventilation to your building. But it won't necessarily make it cooler. But yeah, it's just in my experience that the older style buildings, even in summer, they don't tend to heat up nearly as much. So buildings that are like over 100 years old, they tend to stay a lot nicer in summer than buildings that were built recently but currently don't have functional air conditioning. So, yeah. It's just a shame that we went the wrong way in that regard, and, with how the climate is going, it's not the best combination. If stuff was moving the other way, so getting colder, then sure, but yeah. It just seems like a very bad combination. But anyway, your air conditioning went out at the start of the month. That was torture. I can imagine. Uh, yeah, I'm just glad that the weather conditions are nicer now because air conditioning not really existent in this place. So I've got a mobile air conditioning unit and it doesn't work so well because it's a mobile air conditioning unit. So yeah, I mean it's better than not having anything at all, but it's definitely not like proper air conditioning. So, and it's also in the other room, so because this room gets a bunch of sunlight, so connecting it in this room makes it very loud regarding streaming, and also makes it basically just a waste of electricity because the sun heating up stuff just means that it'll basically not change the temperature at all. So, yeah. Anyway. I hope that eventually I'll have proper air conditioning and be able to like do long streams even during heat waves, but yeah, one day. Well, 90 degrees, what would that be in Celsius? Because it can't have been actually 90 degrees Celsius, because then most people in Germany would not still be live at this point. So, yeah. But yeah, that would be, I guess, in the 30s somewhere, because 100 would be, like 37 point something degrees Celsius. Lower 30s. Yeah, that's not too bad. So, yeah. Like, in the 30s, that's, like, no big deal. In Austria, there have been heat waves of, like, having, like, up to 37 degrees several days in a row. So, up to around 100 degrees several days in a row, where they'd give out warnings, like, and recommend that people go to shopping centers and stuff if they don't have air conditionings and really need to cool off because they, like, live in an attic or something. So, yeah. Yes, of course, you have to research stuff. Air conditioning, of course, is also quite expensive. So, I mean, over here, there are actually quite a few places that have solar panels. So, I guess that's one way to, you know, have, like, your own electricity to use on your air conditioning. Yeah. Either way, haven't really looked into it that much, but in general, this country seems to have a lot of renewable energy, which is nice. So, yeah. But people, of course, hate it, because solar farms and wind turbines and stuff, they're, well, there's the whole not in my backyard situation for pretty much anything, so, well. But that's just how people tend to be. Like, there's just so many different things that are, like, important for society that people don't want in their backyard. So, thank you for the follow. Speaking of following, so since the end of last stream, we have officially reached 3,000 followers on this channel. So, yeah, that's gonna eventually turn into a celebration stream. Not today, probably next week. But, I already have a game lined up. And I'm sure it's going to be a very interesting game. It's kind of infamous. And I will tell you that much, it is a point-and-click game. So, yeah. We haven't played it yet. So, looking forward to that. I should be able to get it to work, hopefully. I've gotten it to work in the past, I just haven't, like, looked at it in a while. So, no, it's not Harvester. We've already played that. Yes, an infamous point and click. It just seemed fitting. So, yeah, it'll be something. I've heard stuff about it, let's say. And, yeah. I don't want to give away too much. But, yeah, it'll probably happen next week. Probably on Thursday next week. So, this week we'll be finishing, Star Trek Judgment Rights. And then next week I'll do that. So that would be on the 27th. So, It's gonna be the last Thursday stream before the start of August. But I don't know how long that game will end up taking. We'll figure it out as we go. I think there are FMV aspects to it, if that helps. But I obviously haven't played it, but look, from what I know about it, there is some FMV. Yes, I'm currently starting up the game. So, yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to say which game it is, but I've given some hints already. Well, it's not a coffee shop, it's a green screen. But yes, and this is a vacation picture. So, anyway, I believe this was taken in Brussels, possibly. So, yeah, I think we're in Brussels today. No, I don't stream outside. So, yeah. That's a green screen behind me. Right there. Green screen. Like, that's as far back as it goes. And you can already... Like, when I put my arm back, you can see the green on my arm a bit. So, yeah. It's really not that far back, but don't have too much room. Going to Washington, D.C. Nice. Last time I was there was, well, fairly calm, actually, but that was right after I'd been to New York. So I think compared to New York, pretty much anything is calm. Because, oh boy, New York was a lot. That's, like, the main thing I remember about it, just how overwhelming that experience was, because, oh boy, it's busy. Yeah, I'm not sure I want to go back to New York, honestly. It's just a bit too much. Never been to LA. But somehow I feel like LA would still be calmer than New York. Like, maybe Vegas would be able to rival New York. I don't know. At least at night, I guess. But, yeah, New York was... oh boy. Like, just in general, there's just so much of everything. You can't really see much of the sky, because there's just skyscrapers everywhere, in Manhattan, specifically. It just tends to be very loud, because there's so many cars, and trains, and... yeah. And that's also, like, well, I think that was easily setting the record for most US flags I've ever seen in, like, a week or so. Because, oh boy, they were everywhere. Like, on the subway trains, they had them at the front of the train and the back of the train on each train cart. Like, I've been to different places. I've never seen that number of the own country's flag just everywhere. So, it was a lot. So, anyway. There. Yeah, the movies don't really exaggerate New York is really that crowded. And it's just very claustrophobic. So, not really for me. But I have been to other cities, and, like, for example, I've been to London plenty of times. London is fine in my opinion, but New York, no. That's too much. And Washington was nice as well. Washington, D.C. Alright. So... anyone still healing? Nope, they're all fine. Good. And how's the research? Worm and the other worm. Alright. There we go. I mean, I'm sure some people really enjoy New York. If you're used to it, it's probably very different. But, yeah. Like, I'm not sure there's a comparable city in Europe. Because, like, it's a very different level. Okay. Like, it's just very extreme. Yeah, downtown London to me, it does not compare, no. To just how claustrophobic Manhattan is, no. Claustrophobic and full of people. And that combination, I've never seen it anywhere else. So. Like, yes, downtown London has some tall buildings, but they're not nearly as crammed together. There's not nearly as many of them. So, it just doesn't have the same ambience, I guess. So, yeah. Like, maybe one day if I really have a good reason to go back to New York, then I might, but... well, just going there to be there, no. Because, like, I might tolerate New York if there's another reason for me to be there. Okay, let's go. And turn-based, as usual. So, I think that's the well, the first time that we're going with the full crew of 16. So now, the largest group even has 6 people, and the other 2 have 5 people. Yeah, I think that's the biggest group we've traveled with so far. Oh. It most definitely sounds like we've spotted an alien. Just not sure where. Oh, a bunch of them even. Up here. I don't really see them. But it seems they're mostly up there. Yeah, you should be able to join the squad. I don't think you're currently in there. Channel point redeem should still be active. But yeah, I've got my handy dandy list. So, yeah, we've currently got 16 living people on the team. Yes, yes, your character is alive, and you've gotten 1 promotion so far. Oh, fine, okay. I must have missed that. Yep, there. Thanks for pointing it out. I'll put you on the list. I just didn't expect anyone to request a character that early on, so I hadn't checked. Alright, next time we spawn a character, it'll be yours. So, let's see. Where do we shoot first? I mean, I guess we save first. Let's save right there. It's difficult, that's for sure. I misclicked there. Okay. Well, now they see fewer creatures, which is something, I guess. Can they shoot them? No line of fire. So you see them, but you can't shoot them. Fine, you can. Well, you tried. How about you? No line of fire. And you. Doesn't seem to be very effective. Okay. So let's load that game again. And let's try something different. It's 12 there. Yeah, it's... well... It's 11:30, so... close to both 11 and 12, so... if I had to pick one, it would be difficult to say whether it's 11 or it's 12. Okay. I guess we just walk closer. Oh, that's the other group. Dang it! What? I'm so confused. What's going on? What? Stop it! Chose the wrong group to begin with. Okay. So, you move closer. Please don't go down the stairs. I said don't go... well, close enough. Okay. You get a bit closer. Alright. And you move in from this side. Why are you on the wrong side of the barrier? There's always one. Okay. Just sitting around. As they do. Yes, it is getting closer to my anniversary stream. It's gonna be less than a month from now. So, I've now officially been streaming for 5 years and 11 months. Oh boy. And I think I became a Twitch affiliate in October of that year. Possibly. This should be the first year that Twitch actually tells me when my affiliate anniversary is. Because they added that since last year, so. Might be interesting. Because I never really thought to write that down. So. Who knows? Might be doing a celebration stream for, you know, being an affiliate for 6 years. I mean, it's a long time to be an affiliate. Hello. How are you doing today? But yeah, I don't think I ever... well, I kind of did a small celebration back when I became a Twitch affiliate. But that was that. Like... back then I had like 50 followers. So, it's a while ago. Where'd that one character go off to? Oh, this is such a mess. But I guess since they're relatively close together, I'm kind of also celebrating just the entirety of my child's history at the anniversary stream. There. I mean, those events were 2 months apart? Yeah. So. That's close enough. Let's also have the other group go in here. But I think I'll control them one at a time. Just to have a tiny bit less chaos. There. Okay, so you're on a different floor. Alright. Fine, that worked. Okay. Let's see what happens. Let's continue. There we go. Well, I mean, I like chaos, but sometimes there is a bit too much chaos. If I lose track of what's going on, then it's probably a bit too much. There. Everyone's in their box. They look very cozy. Okay. So I think this was the level that the aliens were on. Okay. That seems to have worked. There. And you go up there. There we go. Alright. And we'll have some of the other ones get ready to go up there. There. And they can get off of the elevator just to make room. I'll try not to have the door open on its own. Okay. I think 8 people is going to be enough for that small balcony thing. Because it did seem like there were a lot of aliens there, but if we overcrowd it too much, then we won't be able to walk, so. There. Don't need the full crew of 16. Okay. Now, everyone look at the door. Or each other. Something like that. And next turn. No, you don't use those orders. Okay. So... nobody there. Okay, there we've got our first alien. So let's leave some time for a snapshot. Okay. You move over here. Okay, so you can't move this far? Why not? Oh, because of the snapshot. Fine. There you go. So, you check upstairs. Eventually. And... let's have the next person try and deal with the alien. Okay. Now, you go back. Come on. There we go. There. Okay. It'll be fine. Ah. Maybe not. Fine, that didn't work. Something like that. You didn't have one yet? Sure. Is that first character an L or an I on your name? Because, well, kind of relevant for the naming scheme. I hope that this is not going to be an issue. But I guess we'll find out. Yeah, just don't. An L. Thank you. And you as well. All right. I mean, that worked surprisingly well. Let's go with it. There it is. Okay, that did kill it. That sure was a sound. Okay, that killed one of them. Okay, let's have someone else have a turn. Okay, let's try this. Okay. Yeah, definitely. It's also the, not having it be the entire world that you're trying to protect using only one group of soldiers. Because that also just seems like a fairly big responsibility. Like, protecting the entire planet? With, like, 30 people? Okay. Let's have you go back. And I guess we could have you try. Okay. There we go. Wait. What now? Okay. That was something. Okay. That worm just really wasn't having it. Okay. Let's try again. Oh, that was a bunch of damage compared to previously. Let's try something else. So, you go over there. You shoot the last worm. Then you go in here. And you go in here. Maybe the worms just won't notice we're here. I think we might have tricked the worms. Ha. Okay. I mean, it worked with the adults, so... Kind of makes sense, though, it'd work with their offspring as well. We have 2 save number 38s. That seems good. Let's call this one number 39. There we go. That should fix it. Okay. And let's have you go back. Let's have you go back, I said. Still alive and well, which is good. Okay, that one's gone. Ow. Could you not? I guess not. Oh, we used up all our time units. Okay, we are going to go back to that save, because otherwise that's not going to end well. Okay. How could we manage this? The saves give you anxiety. Why is that? Because there's so many saves, or because they're not in the correct order? Oh, come on! That wasn't necessary. There we go. Ah, yeah, fair enough. The thing is, I'm overwriting them in a way to try and be able to go back further than, like, 10 saves ago, if necessary. So I'm not, like... I'm trying to, like, make it easier for the playthrough. But yes, they are a mess. Because sometimes I make a mistake that requires going back as far as I possibly can. Dang it! Okay. Not getting hurt from that, though. But not being able to go back because we forgot to do the thing. Dang it. Let's try again. So, who goes first? There. Let's actually try this now. 1, 2. Now you go out of the way. Next person. Nope. Okay. Back in your spot. So, who's next? You, I guess? Okay. Back in your spot again. We just need everyone to hide afterwards, because those worms are fierce. Okay. I think there are melee weapons. There's definitely short-range type weapons. stop shooting people in the back. That's not nice. Could you move? Oh, there's someone in the way. Fine. There. I think you're not going to be able to do much. So, we'll just go over there. Fine. Back you go. And you've still got some time units, so you can try. There. Alright, let's see what happens. Alright. That kind of worked. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Who got hurt? Is that someone on the floor? Or is that the weapons? I think someone might have gotten hurt. Might have technically been civilians, but I don't trust it. Yeah, so that one got shot. It's probably fine. Don't want to go back to that save again, so I'll overwrite this one. Okay. Got him. How very impressive. Got that one. Okay. Don't think there were any more. But if there are, we'll find out. Okay. That one moved. It's really not dead yet. Was that necessary? No, it wasn't. Okay. And let's try this. Okay. Everyone should be fairly protected again. I'll have a separate save for that. And I'll put it there. Okay. That's not good. Those worms are a lot to deal with. What if everyone just shoots once and then leaves? No? Okay. How are we supposed to deal with those? Those worms are just ridiculous. How about you're just out here? Wait, what? What is going on? What a mess. I was just trying to tell that character to go out through the door, fly up a bit, stand on the other side of, well, hover, on the other side of the fence. And that was a big ol' no. So you move to the side. You move to the side. You move out there. Nope. Okay. Can't compute. Well, maybe this works. Pathfinding in this game is somehow significantly worse. And I don't know how. Let's just see what happens. Wait. Oh, that's another one, not one of the dead ones. I thought one of the dead ones had somehow come back to life. Why are they running? I guess that's why. Ow. Just crouching next to them. What do they expect to happen? Typical civilians. So, how bad is it in the other group? Seems nobody got hurt. Even though someone got shot in here. Well, fine, you're still hurt. But that's from earlier, so that's okay. I think. I mean, it seems alright, so we'll take it. And there goes the music, because this game is weird. And... okay, that one's dead. How about you deal with this one? Nice. Alright. Yeah. Figured that would happen. At least this time we took less damage. So much for that. Those worms are insane. How are you supposed to defeat those? They're way more dangerous than their parents. I mean, maybe this is gonna work? Because maybe they can't actually get us from here. No, that didn't work. Wait, what? How did they... They attacked through the fence? They attacked through the fence, okay. I thought that was melee combat, but... Guess not? Wait, what? Where's it coming from? I'm very confused. Why the key? So it seems when we don't have anyone selected, then it automatically selects the group of dead soldiers. Which frame do you want to switch? Yeah, the worms are way too strong. Those worms. They... Well. You just need to spend points. Let's switch the top one then. Because I think that one has more variety, so... let's go for something silly. How about this one? There. That's slightly silly. Hey. How are we dealing with those moves? So that just leads inside, I think. Could we somehow... I guess a grenade could work. So... everyone stand as far away from that wall as possible. And let's put the gun in your bag. And let's do... a stun grenade. Okay. And let's do... activate at the end of the turn. Throw. Right there. And run. Okay, maybe that'll work. Okay. Have they been stunned? Oh, that was a sound. Maybe that was the worms getting knocked out. Would be nice. Because those are some very tough worms. Okay, let's have a save for this. In the hopes that some of the worms are currently unconscious. Or at least dazed. I think it worked. Nice. Okay. Well. That was surprisingly successful. Okay. Neat. So, anything down here? Nope. Okay. I guess we need to check out this way. Where the other ones came from. I'll just try and cover a decently large area. To try and see if there are any aliens left. Let's see what happens. Because there are still aliens somewhere. Just not sure where. Hello. How are you doing today? Okay, nothing here either. There. You can wait and see if there's anything gonna happen. So. Because, I mean, maybe those worms won't wake up before the end. I would prefer that. Because it would make my life a whole lot easier. In general, with those worms. We can just stun them using a grenade. Actually, I don't think we've had anyone get stunned at this point. In the previous game, it was a lot more common. Okay. Nothing else to explore over there. Time to change direction. You've already walked as far as you can. Alright. I mean, they're clearly somewhere. Let's save again. I'll overwrite that one. But yeah, I'm just glad we managed to figure out how to get past the worms, even though there were that many of them. And without anyone getting seriously injured. Okay, they might be up here. On this structure. Because that is the general direction the other aliens came from. One of those up here as well. Any other platform? That's a building. It's a building. Yeah, just a bunch of those platforms. And a big platform over there. Okay, just a giant staircase leading somewhere. Good. Pretty calm. Not much going on. I think they've all moved, yeah. So we've explored this one pretty thoroughly. Well, except for this layer. Anyone hiding here? Nope. Okay. Where are those aliens? That's the lower levels. Very tricky. Oh, okay, there's an elevator. Don't know if it leads anywhere. I mean, it would have to, right? Can't just have an elevator to nowhere. And there's another one. That one definitely leads somewhere. Alright. That's probably more like it. Okay. We check back here. And you check over here. Okay, that might be another elevator right there. Yep, it is. But it doesn't seem to go anywhere. But the other one definitely does. So you can start walking towards this elevator. It'll be a very long walk, so better start now. And some of the ones that are still up here could start going there. There. I have to be very precise when I'm clicking at them. Because if I misclick, then I just waste the other character's time units by sending them back up again. Which happens too frequently. Can I switch between... Oh, that's nice. So if I memorize which floor something is on, I could just switch faster. Thanks for the reminder. And I also recently got a new mouse pad. Like, I still want to design my own, but for now I've just got one that works a lot better than the rather old mouse pad that I was using, which was, like, you know the plastic mouse pads that have kind of a textured surface? That one used to have a textured surface, now it was weirdly smooth in the middle. So the friction was very different in the middle of the mouse pad compared to the, like, borders of the mouse pad. So it was getting quite distracting how bad the mouse pad was. So yeah, kind of had to get a replacement. Just to be able to do precise mouse movements again. Because yes, that mouse pad is old, and yeah, wasn't in the greatest shape. I also got Mario Kart 8 on the Switch. So. Yeah, this one's fabric, I think. It's a Corsair mousepad. It was quite cheap, actually. I mean, it's just, you know, piece of fabric and rubber or something. So, didn't get any, like, fancy design on it, or, like, LEDs or anything. I just needed a mousepad that works. So. Been enjoying that. It's also bigger than my previous mousepad, which is nice. The camera keeps being silly. Alright. But in general, okay, fine. They're dead or unconscious. Not sure how that happened, but I'll take it. Maybe the rest of the aliens just fainted when they heard what happened to the others. No wonder we couldn't find them. Or maybe there was one who was temporarily unconscious, woke back up, but bled out. That was just the score we got for live aliens captured. Didn't look at the score properly. Anyway, I just didn't expect the mission to end there, but I'll take it. So... I mean, it could be. I honestly don't know how that happened, but no complaints here. Confusion? Yes. Complaints? No. So, the stores should be done soon, living quarters as well. And the other stuff is going to take a while. How's the research? Let's see. Yeah, might have happened. Yeah, I still think that the alien might have just fainted upon hearing the news of what I did to all the other ones. Okay. So, we've got one person who needs to heal. Well, android who needs to heal. Well, fine, you're not on full health, but you're mostly there. We did save, right? Right. I'll make extra sure that it's a proper save. And... next mission. Alright. We don't get to slow down. That would be silly. Making sure everyone has a stun grenade at least. There. Well, you'll get them eventually. Okay. Oh, keep misclicking. There we go. That's how you select. So I'll take everyone along who's at full health. And that's not quite full. So. At least that way we have an easier time surviving if they do get shot. And let's go. So, gonna be a smaller group again. 2 groups of 5, 1 group of 4. And let's go. Alien sounds. Alright. Not sure what to think of that. Other than... well, making me think I should save. Yes, it's a very wide open space. Looks kind of like a ballroom or something. Why do they have wooden floors? It seems kind of enclosed. Oh, it's one of those again. Okay. So, last time the aliens were all up here in a very similar room. Nobody can currently see the aliens. Alright. So, let's have you try and go up this elevator. I mean, they might be hiding, yeah. Just a question of where. There you go. This elevator. The aliens are just shy. Well, I mean, at least the game isn't demolishing us. So that's a start. But we've definitely been having some issues with it. Like, with the bigger red worms that, when they die, they spawn a bunch of small worms. Those are really difficult. Okay. Nothing here. I'm not sure where the aliens are. That doesn't seem to go anywhere. And last person. You'll go this way. Yeah, the other ones don't have the time units to continue this round. Squishy sound. Okay. The aliens are doing something. Just don't know what. Okay, this seems to be a door. Yeah, I mean, they'll find us eventually. Not too worried that we'll be lonely up here. And we're still 14 people, so... there. And there. And time to deal with these guys. I wonder how that's gonna work. Just gonna fly up here. Alright. Didn't save you too much time, but it's one way to show off. Okay. Any more squishy sounds? No. Alright. Let's go. And I'm going to save there. Okay. We found some aliens. Is the Christmas trees? I don't think it's the Christmas trees. Oh, there they are. That explains stuff. Okay. How about you crawl on the floor? Crouch. Close enough. I mean, it's alright. Not too many people there yet. But, well, it's a process, of course. It seems like, threads might end up, allowing you to access stuff that's on Mastodon and vice versa eventually. Which would be nice. Threads is not available over here yet. And that feature also isn't available yet. But, yeah. I don't know about that. I think that was Hive, actually. Because Hive was the one that was, like, basically freshly developed by some college students. And they just got entirely overwhelmed. Whereas Mastodon has been around for longer. And it's decentralized, so they don't just have one server. Like, everyone can make their own Mastodon server if they can afford it, basically. So, like, I've heard it compared to emails. Like, you can have your own email server if you know how to set it up. Kind of same for Mastodon. And you can communicate with people who have email accounts on other servers. But yeah, I'm liking Mastodon. I think it doesn't have an algorithm or anything. So, like, you will just see the posts of the accounts you followed in chronological order. Won't really see suggestions or anything like that. So, I mean, if that's what you want in your social media, then I'd definitely recommend. What are they doing? And why are they all getting up from their crouching positions? That was supposed to protect them. Well, you were supposed to crouch. Why are you no longer crouching? What? What is going on? That's such a mess. Yeah, Mastodon is not your usual social media platform. So it is quite refreshing in that regard. I think I'll make it so that we group everyone up outside the door before we go there. I mean, now we know that the aliens are on that side. So it's gonna be in our best interest to ambush them with everyone together instead of what we were doing. But yeah, basically you can just pick which Mastodon server you want to make your account on, but you can still communicate with everyone else who's on Mastodon. Yeah, you can make your own server if you have the money and expertise. And yeah, there's servers for all sorts of different topics. There's like gaming related servers. I think there's at least one retro gaming related server. A lot of them run on donations, so you also don't see ads. So like the people who don't just have a bunch of spending money and can just run their own server and don't have to worry about financing it, those people can just do whatever. But yeah, the other ones tend to run on donations. Yeah, it's quite nice. Just a shame that not many people use it yet. But I would recommend it. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Okay. Next turn. And okay. Still nice and peaceful. Come on. You were supposed to walk over there. Hello. How are you doing today? Where's the other one? We're supposed to be a group of 4. Oh, there you are. What are you doing up there? That's very silly. Yeah, flying stuff just takes so long. You just got a job offer to work as a social studies teacher. That sounds quite nice. I mean, I'm assuming you've always wanted to be a teacher. In which case, best of luck. I've definitely had some amazing teachers over the years. Not really? Alright. Well, I hope it'll go well anyway. If you're planning on taking the job. You have skill in the area. Alright. I mean, I guess you'll find out if you like it or not. To be fair, there are also a lot of people who always think they want to be teachers, and then it turns out that they actually didn't want to be teachers. You've been substituting for a year and a half. Well, I guess then you at least know what you're in for. Okay. Alright, that's one way to react. Got him. Hehe. Let's have a bunch of people over on this side. Okay. I'll just have some of them cover our backs, just in case. I guess you can go over here as well. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've heard plenty about open XCOM. But since I generally do, well, I try and have my playthroughs be as close to the original game as I can get them to be. What sort of armor are we? Not wearing any armor, okay. I'll have to fix that later. Alright. No wonder. That's risky. So, let's see, right there. Yeah, all of them have aliens. So. That's kind of the main thing about XCOM, fighting aliens. Is that one still alive? I hope not. Nice! Okay. Our firing squad is doing a good job. Well, on the other one they did. On this one it's been a bit of a letdown, but that's alright. No explosions. Okay. Weird. So we just managed to deal with that one? No drama? Just... okay. Nice. Because it tends to be that... those blue runner thingies... well, yes, it's turn-based. There's also a real-time option, but I tend to go for the turn-based, because, I'm bad at real-time. Trying to weaken it. Yeah, you can. I just, as I said, I was having issues with the real-time stuff, so that's why I'm playing this version now. It just gets a bit too chaotic when everything happens all at once. Let's see what happens. Okay. Fine. That was a hit. And that was a death. Okay. Not quite what I was going for. Wow. I really don't like those worms. Yes, I attempted to play in real time. It didn't go so well. Speaking of stuff not going so well. This. So, what if we have you use a stun grenade? End of the turn. There. Throw it. I think you missed. Thank you for the follow. So you can try as well. Gun in your bag. Don't drop it. And ready your grenade. Throw right there. And then step back. And you do some aimed shots. Got him. Oh, there's still a living one there. Those didn't need to be aimed shots, but I mean, it's nice that we had the time to do that, I guess. Okay. We'll see if that works. Yeah, that one went off down there. Oh. Well, that didn't go perfectly. But it sure did something. We'll see how that went. Yeah, injured, of course. Everyone's leaving. Okay, and that one has some of the brain suckers on them. 2 of them at least. Okay. Oh, and there's one of those as well. Okay then. So, are they all doing okay? Well, not really. Okay, let's go back to the last save again. Oh, we did a decent job with the worms last time, and the way we did that was using a stun grenade after the small worms did their thing. But I think what I'm gonna go for now is just trying to keep some distance between us and the big worms. So... because I don't think they're the best shots. Okay. Okay, it should at least be injured now. And you deal with this guy. And with that guy. There we go. Let's see how that goes. Okay. That's better. Looks a bit confused. Not sure if it actually hit anyone. Come on, help out with that. Brain sucked. Dang it. That easy? Really? Well, someone was eager to join the other side. Such traitors. Lost 2 people in 1 round. Okay. Let's try that again. So... this one has all the brain sucker thingies. I wonder if I step right there. Like, what if I pick up the brain sucker pods? Is that gonna do anything? Are they still gonna grow? We'll find out. Or maybe I can throw them. That could be even more fun. Can't throw it. Yes! Okay, I can't throw the other one, but, like, still! That could work! So just picking them up and throwing them as far as we can. I like coming up with weird tactics. True. But it might just work. I mean, yeah, now we're still carrying one of them, but if we had used a character who still had more time units left, like, it sounds like it might work. And maybe they won't go off if they're in our pockets. Who knows? Wasting so much ammo. Okay, whatever. Yeah, there's the brainsucker pod. Ta. That worked perfectly. Yeah, now it has to go up the elevator. It seems the one in the pocket isn't going off. Maybe. Really? You can go that far? What? And that worked! Okay. So I guess we're just picking up the brainsucker pods and, like... Because... Yeah, you're still carrying one. So it seems as soon as they're out of an inventory, they start developing. But I still kind of liked the idea of just, well, throwing them as far as I can. It is kind of fun. Got him. So... I guess you could pick up one pod. Still got quite a few time units. There. And you pick one up. Everyone gets a brainsucker in their pocket. I guess we could name them. I mean, if this works, it's a fun strategy. I'm not sure how many other people have come up with this specific strategy. Steve and Sukatsu. Yes. Sounds great. So, you crouch. Yeah, I mean, if you can't beat the aliens, then make them your pets. Right? Isn't that how the saying goes? Is that really gonna work with the brainsuckers? I think it might. Yeah, it seems like it worked. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Okay. So let's deal with this guy first. Got him. And then move back here. And yeah, this part is going to be tough. Because we want to get rid of the worms as fast as possible. Right. Yeah. As I was saying. So let's just do snapshots. Because they are pretty close. Same goes for you. Got him. Okay. And you run this way. You run this way. Now you don't have a path. Okay, fine. So I guess you're gonna be the one to open that door. To put a grenade in your hand. Set that grenade to go off at the end of the turn. And to throw that grenade right here. And then you step away from the door. No, stop it. You're not supposed to be at that door. Dang it. Okay. So hope that got them. Did not. It did not get them. Well, I tried. Just made them aware that we were on this side. But it was an attempt. I think I have Stellaris, I just haven't really played it yet. So what if you try and stun those two? You run, you run. Let's do activates now. Throw it. Can that do anything? Not necessarily. Let's also do a smoke grenade. Add that one to the party. Nope. Missed. You try and do that. There. Something like that. Will that do anything? No. Just walking through the smoke. Oh, they seem a bit disoriented, maybe. Yeah. I mean, not even facing us. Rude. Okay. Let's try and save before we do anything here. Because I don't expect this to end well. It'll probably be quite messy. No line of fire somehow. Alright. Not sure how that works. Ow. Ow. Okay. That hurt. How about we have the other ones help out? What if we just have them... No. Wrong character! I was trying to select you! No, you. There. So, I guess if we switch characters repeatedly, then the worms just keep on spinning, trying to figure out who to attack next. That could work. Okay. So... Got it. And now let's... save? Let's save right there. Let's see if we can deal with the worms. So... We've got 3 of them. Okay, now they've turned. Your turn. Okay, that one's dead. Nice. Okay, you don't have the time. You shoot this one. Now, you shoot that one. You shoot this one. Nope, that didn't work. But still, we got decently far without anyone getting attacked. So maybe it works? I'll just try and do that, but better. Wait, wrong save. This one. So, let's try again. Okay. So that worm has now turned around. Now you attack that one. No. The other one's helping out. Okay. I was hoping that the worm right next to that character wouldn't really care if I shot the worm. Like, if I shot the other worm. Didn't work out like that. Okay. You shoot that worm. Okay, that was a very immediate reaction. So, not starting there. Okay, you start out again. And then... Do you have a line of fire? No. No, you do not. Alright. Could have just said so. So, I guess you can crouch. You can crouch. No line of fire. Okay, that worked. Alright. Dang it! You're not supposed to shoot the other ones! But I think that might work. So, having a barrier of other soldiers to make it so that the worms can't get to the people who are actually attacking them. Because it seems they're not really attacking the other ones. They're just attacking the ones that are actively harming them. So they get very confused when they can't find a path. So that might actually be a strategy right there. Okay, let's do aimed shots instead of snapshots. Okay. Can you do another aim shot? That one got killed. Okay. So we still have one worm left. Let's overwrite this save. And let's see. Might just work. At least it didn't hit anyone else. There we go. 2 dead worms. Saving. But yeah, we're developing different strategies for dealing with the worms. Kind of fun. Got him. That might be all of them. Yeah. We got everyone. Ha. So we got a very good rating. Nice. No casualties. Some live aliens captured, apparently. There we go. Ha. And save. But it's nice to slowly be developing actual strategies for those types of units. So, yeah, having a wall of other units be in the way of them directly attacking. Also, like, having the units who are further away attack first to tire the worms out, and then have the units that are closer attack. And, also using the stun bombs. So, yeah. Okay, we just need 1 each. That is all. So, how's the research going? Pretty good. Seems like it should be done soon. Wonder what that spaceship was. I don't think that was ours. It looked fancy. Oh, there we are. Because we don't really have a vehicle to transport everyone. Because we've got so many units, and we'd need a bus. We don't have a bus. Yeah, that mission specifically was kind of fun. Just finding ways to fool the aliens. I like the layout of it. Illegal flyer. Where would that be? Okay. Not sure what they're doing. Oh. Wait. I'm not sure who's attacking who. I think they attacked the illegal vehicle. Anyway, it worked, so good enough. Autopsy is almost complete. Alright. 93. How slow is that progress going to go up? Quite slow, I think. They should have added at least one more speed setting. Because the speed setting is still quite slow. Yeah, let's go to hyperspeed. Okay, multi-worm autopsy completed. This creature is a rapacious carnivore whose feeding frenzy contributes to the rapid growth of younger life forms called hyperworms, which are reared inside its body. The gestation period for the hyperworms is about 3 days, and each worm gives birth to 4 offspring. The birth process is lethal for the parent. The hyperworms explode from the multiworm's body and consume it within a matter of seconds. The brain structure of the multiworm is undeveloped, and it is unlikely to be affected by psionic attacks. The tissue analysis from the autopsy will provide an invaluable contribution to our biological warfare research. Okay. So, what's their new project going to be? I guess we could go for alien genetic structure. Well, the other group is the better one. So maybe they should do the more important project. Let's do the anthropod, I guess. There. And the other team is now at 92. Not sure why they start at 4% already. But yeah, 92, so almost done with that one too. So let's save that progress. And there we go. Hyperworm. Our studies show that the hyperworms can consume large quantities of both organic and metallic matter. Its powerful jaws can also be used in close combat. It has a very high metabolic rate and can move at fast speeds with snake-like action. It is a sort of It has a short lifespan and only lives for 2 to 5 days, depending on how much food it can find. Alright. At the end of this feeding period, it finds a safe place and suddenly inflates into a balloon-like structure, which is fixed firmly to its surrounding terrain. The structure appears to be some form of chrysalis, inside which another life form begins to grow. Okay. Interesting. So let's actually switch those around. There. So this is going to be team 1, and this is team number 2. At least for now. Eventually we'll probably get better people for team number 2 as well. And they're gonna do alien genetic structure. Let's save again. Right there. So, right, we wanted to deal with the armor situation. And we probably need to restock some stuff. So we need another full set of body armor. Marsak doesn't have any body units right now. So let's just get a mega pulse set. Oh, we already have a full set. Okay. Just haven't equipped it yet, I guess. There. Armor. Yeah, there it is. And I think everyone else has armor. Oh, there's your weapon. Gotta make sure that everyone has what they need. Preferably in the correct slots. Okay, so everyone has a main weapon at least. And I'll double check on grenades. Okay, you could use some more. There you go. I'll give you another grenade. You can have another grenade. You can have another one. Not sure why you've got a grenade in there, but we'll go with it. Can I switch those around? There. Makes it easier to see where the grenades are. If they're at least all on one side. So, you get another grenade. You get more ammo. You get bonus grenade. You definitely get another one, because you don't even have one of each type. And you get another one. But we should get you a better weapon as well. So... I don't think we had any more weapons, right? No decent ones, at least. Yep. So... Still no medkits. Got a bunch of alien artifacts. Plasma gun, nope. They're not currently selling any. Sniper gun, nope. Not selling any of those either. I guess I could get a machine gun. There you go. Still better than just the basic tiny gun. Okay. Seems the cargo has arrived. Yep, there it is. Get rid of that stuff. Say hello to your new machine gun. And it uses piercing armor. There you go. Or ammo, I mean. Armor piercing ammo. Yes. So, that fits. Perfect. So now we save again, and then we speed up time. And there we go. Still not fully healed, so we'll wait. But I think everyone else should be ready to go on a mission. Yep. Good. Because nobody got wounded in the last mission. I pressed the wrong button. Keeps on happening. There. Oh. Okay, this time we didn't get attacked before the end of the week. Or the end of the day, actually. So... yeah, we've had over 2,000 points this week so far. That's pretty good. Facility completed. Stores. Nice. So I guess that's worth a separate save. And then we go for the next mission. There we go. Fully healed now. Awesome. Yeah, it seems everyone's fully healed now. Very good. And let's go. 16 units. George Orwell block. Okay. So... let's see what kind of alien combat this mission is going to throw at us. Probably very difficult stuff. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be another big apartment building. So it is probably going to be tricky. So I kind of was right about that. We'll see how it goes. Thank you. No, you weren't supposed to go that way. Okay. Giant stairs leading up to something. Okay. The last group is over here. We'll just send them over this way. Oh, found an alien. You hide here. You can all hide behind there. Nope. You were supposed to hide back there. Why did you ruin it? Oh well, I hope you don't get shot. Okay. Brainsucker went well. Nothing to get here. I'll go to the next unit. Rude. Yeah, I think we're still doing okay. Everyone's at full health, so yeah. Good time to save. While that's still the case. Let's go for it. So, let's start with you. Maybe some aim shots. I mean, they didn't seem that aimed, but at least they were effective. Nice. No line of fire for that one. Okay. Got him. Okay. And you... No, way off. Still way off. Fine. How about you? No line of fire. How about now? Okay, that was one hit. How about you and your sniper rifle? Right. No. And you... I mean... You're hitting something. I'll give you that. Just not necessarily the stuff you were supposed to hit, but... Yeah, we're cutting down the forest. We really don't like trees, apparently. Still no line of fire from back here, though. That would have been fun. I mean, they probably can't manage to hit from back there. Would have been silly if it worked. You probably don't get a line of fire. Yeah. So... You can see that one. Oh, you see that one. Nice. Forgot you existed. Come on. You're supposed to be a sniper. Do sniper things. Not what I was thinking would happen, but... Oh. Well, that's a bunch of aliens up here. Okay, got that one at least. I don't think that's gonna work, but no. And the other ones have used up their time units, so it'll be fine. Yeah, it's totally not like those creatures can run that far. Will that work? Brain sucked. Dang it. Okay, so we'll have to go back. Not going too well for us anyway. Oh. Speaking of stuff not going well. Wait, it didn't explode. Weird. So, this was the last save, I think? Really? That long ago? Fine. I guess so. Oh well. Action music. We want action music. We'll see if that works. Where's my action music? There we go. I didn't notice that that was disabled, but... I'll... Now we've got our snazzy action music. Very weird fade to that track. Okay. Okay, I think I'm turning off the action music. It's super short segments and it's just on shuffle. What do they do? That's a mess. No wonder it's turned off by default. Alright. The aliens don't like the forest cedar. Okay, nobody got shot though, which is good. Not sure what happened to this save. I don't know. Actually, maybe that was the save I was looking for. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, it's fine. I'd say we've got a better outcome right now. Or at least we're working towards a better outcome. Okay. Got him. Okay. Let's have you go there. And then... how about... this? Yes, let's tear down the forests! Oh, got him! Nice! And your turn. Be gone, forests! Okay. I guess you might have a decent chance with the sniper rifle. Okay, that was one hit. How about you? No line of fire. Fine. It looked like you would be able to see over those trees, but guess not. too many trees around here. So, how about you? Nope. And you. That was a hit. That was another hit. That was another hit. Nice. Okay, we took him down. I feel like we should save, because that seemed fairly unlikely to work out. So I'll take it. Okay. Who hasn't moved yet? You two. Alright. Just... oh, there's one. I was about to say, just making sure there aren't any lurking around the corner. And there was one lurking around the corner. Because of course there was. Got him. Okay, you've spotted that alien. Still got a decent number of time units, so no line of fire. Fine. Nope, that didn't work. Okay. Got him. And the other ones can come up here. I'm thinking the brainsuckers might not be able to get us while we're on the staircase. We'll see. If there even are any. Because I don't know who was spawning them earlier. Okay. That's definitely save-worthy. So, let's at least get you over on this floor. Okay. Nobody else? I'd be fine with that. Well, well, well. Thank you for the raid. How is your stream? Did you win at the sports ball? Lots of yellow cards? I'll assume that's a good thing. Many yellow cards and wins. Alright. Does sound good. we've been winning too. Kind of. Figured out some strange strategies to deal with some of the creatures. Basically, some of these blue guys carry pods that turn into small four-legged creatures that can run quite far and then attack a character and suck its brain out. And it turns out if we pick up the pods that those things hatch from, they don't end up hatching. So we just got some pet brain sucker thingies, and that makes them harmless. Anyway, thanks for the follow. Yeah, exactly. But apparently if you pick up the pods before they've hatched, then it's fine. You can just carry them around. And give them names. Well, you can pretend to give them names, you can't actually rename them. Yeah, exactly, just put them in your bag. Your bag is brain sucker proof, right? But it just fits with the, like, keep your enemies closer idea. Just carry your aliens in your inventory. No, your alien enemies in your inventory. Nothing closer than that. Yes, bring your alien to work, exactly. Okay. So let's try and deal with this guy. Could they all shoot at the same time? Well, that was an overkill at all. Nice. Okay. So, I think we saw an alien up here somewhere. So I'll have this group go over there. And this group can continue this way. Just explore a bit. Make sure there's none of them hiding in the trees. Alright. Good. But that was so silly. Well, this game is just generally silly. There we go. They've all either fled or have died. So we're good. And we've even had a promotion. I didn't check the first mission we did today, the one that I didn't really expect to be finishing at that turn. I'm assuming we didn't get any promotions there, but at some point we'll probably notice if I forgot to write any down. But yes, the game is getting to the point where it's frantic, but also chaotic and fun. So, it's nice. Like, basically at the point where I know enough about the game to start experimenting with weird tactics to see if they work. And they surprisingly sometimes do work. Well, thank you. Not sure why I'd be a role model for aspiring streamers, considering I'm just, well, you know, I'm just having fun, but I'm not a professional streamer. But thanks anyway. I definitely feel like I'm not at the professional streamer level, even though I've been streaming for close to 6 years. I don't spite you, so I'm fine. Good. Thank you. I mean, I'd spy the aliens to run away. That should count for something. Where are those units? I mean, they're supposedly on their way somewhere, but... Cookies inspire you? Fair enough. I'm planning on making banana bread soon. Not cookies, but... well, still fun and delicious. Well, thank you for the raid. But yeah, basically, I got bananas recently, but they turned brown way faster than I expected, so... you know, emergency banana bread. There are worse things. But yeah, it turns out I actually quite like banana bread, so... it's quite convenient. Especially for using up bananas that aren't really that nice to eat just straight up anymore. I guess you could also put them in a smoothie, but I don't really make my own smoothies at this point. My blender isn't up to that. Eventually I'll have a blender that can, like, smoothly blend stuff well enough for that, but... yeah. Anyway. Good thing that for banana bread I don't necessarily need a blender, I just need a fork. And some very overripe bananas. So... everyone should still have enough ammo, hopefully. But I will double check since we did use quite a bit this round. Stick a straw in the banana and drink the banana. I mean, if your banana's that overripe, then, well, I hope you have a strong stomach. Okay, so they're still working on all of this stuff, but progress is being made. And the research is going decently well. So, they're gonna be finishing this one soon, but this will still take some time. I figured that that one would take longer, which is why I wanted to get our best scientists to work on that one. Just to speed it up. Okay. Safety save. And let's speed up time. UFO spotted. And where would that be? Hello, how are you doing today? Well, whatever. Next one. They're just exploring. Nothing to worry about. Just a couple flying discs. Going for a nighttime jog. Hopefully not crashing into anything or destroying any- well, they did something there. Oh well. It's just the police station. Can't have been anything bad that happened there. Yeah. It's probably fine. Okay. Car factory. There. Yeah, I mean, even aliens need to, you know, fly around, go on joyrides sometimes. Otherwise, their UFOs might stop working. They don't use them. Like with those, like, military, like, fighter jet thingies, how they need to, like, fly them every now and then because otherwise, they just turn into a pile of rubble. Because that's the main way to test that everything's working and to make sure that everything continues working. Okay. There we go. So... So we're on floor number 4 for some reason. It seems like there are giant elevators. Okay. Interesting. I mean, maybe the aliens were just trying to bring their flying saucers to the mechanic. But they ended up at a car factory instead. It's an easy mistake to make. Right. Let's group up over here. Everything seems calm so far. But you can never be sure. And they'll just try and walk as far as they can. Which really isn't that far, because they need to walk around that entire room. Next turn. Oh, okay. Aliens. Wait. I thought there was someone standing there. Oh, I think they destroyed that part of the wall. Because they missed. Huh. I mean, as long as nobody got hurt, I'd consider that a win. Hey, a bunch of them. more than I was expecting. What are the civilians doing down there? What? Okay. So I guess those aliens arrived in a car. And just decided to be silly. Okay, I don't think anyone got hurt, right? You're all full health, full health, full health. Okay. I think everyone's still got their limbs attached, so I'll consider that a win. There we go, that's the first one. Nice job. Let's get the second one. Oh, or that one. I'll take it. No, not the other one then. Probably should have done aimed shots. You try. Got him. Nice. Okay. Let's do some aimed shots for that one, because he's crouching. Nope. That was a hit. Nope. You should be able to crouch. At which point you should be able to stand back here. And do at least one aimed shot. Or two. Didn't work out, but at least we tried. Well, we'll see what happens. Thank you for the sub. UI is not pixelated enough. Obviously not. So did anyone get hurt? I heard some groaning sounds, but that might have been civilians. Okay, so one person did get hit. Wait, weren't you the one who was in recovery recently? Oh well, I guess you're gonna go back to the hospital. Yeah, maybe they were doing a workout. I mean, it is a car factory, so... Could be that someone just tried to lift a car. Because they missed going to the gym that day. There. Nice. Alright. Guessing those weren't all the aliens in this area. Speaking of which... Wait, how did we see that one? Oh, through the elevator, I guess. Okay. That's gonna be a very aimed shot. And it didn't work. Yeah. Not even close. Whoopsies. Destroying the scenery just a bit. They don't need walls. The open floor plans are all the rage now. Uh-oh. One of those. Maybe we don't want to go down there, actually. It's perfectly nice up here. It's all fine. Everything's fine. Just try not to explode. Let's just wait and see what happens. Maybe we shouldn't stand there. But it'll be fine. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Figured that might happen. Oh boy. Oh boy. Why are they all running away? Just shoot it. Don't wait for it to attack you. Speaking of which... Wait, who was... Pause? Who's shooting? What? Who was shooting the purple laser thingies? I mean, we're obviously gonna reload, because that was a disaster. Okay. Back to this one, I think. Yep. Should have saved in the meantime, but I didn't. It's okay. Let's get them all ready to shoot. I guess we could crouch to maybe make them aim better. At which point we also wouldn't need as many shots. Would be nice. In theory, at least. Okay. No, this is not our base. It's just a car factory. So apparently the aliens wanted new cars. The thunk sound of the gun hitting the floor. There we go. That was a lot more efficient. Nice. Just a small little firing squad. Oh, come on. There. Silly me misclicking. Okay. And they should probably try and stay at a safe-ish distance from that elevator while still getting closer to it so we can eventually travel down there. Just don't want to get spotted by those aliens, because especially the explodey one. I'd rather have more time to deal with that one. Okay. Under fire? How so? Oh, there was one more alien down there, I guess. Weird. But what was that squishy sound? Let's see. Everyone's still full health? Yeah, still apparently fine. Who keeps on leaving all these hairs on my desk? Can't have been me. It's not like there's any hair growing in my head or anything. Must be intruders. There. That one's dealt with. Okay. Where's the other group? Okay, let's crouch. Crouch. Okay, that actually worked. That one tends to have issues with pathfinding because of the ability to fly. There. Okay. This might work. There's the slugs. Oh boy. You're supposed to be hiding. Or, well, crouching, I mean. Not really hiding exactly, but... just shoot them! Then you don't have to run away! So much easier when you just fight back. Oh boy. Well, I figured out where the explodey thing went. That answers that question. Hmm. Let's try again. So... I guess we're gonna hide behind these things. Because that's where they really want to be. Oh, right. Forgot about that guy. There. Got him. Wait, what was that? Okay. Random popping sound. It's probably fine. Maybe he just dislocated his shoulder or something. There. Crouch. You could crawl, I guess. Yes, everyone crawl. You're not crawling, though. Fine. Someone's apparently feeling insecure about crawling on the floor. Okay. There. Slowly moving over here to help, because apparently all the aliens have decided to come up through here. And we'll see how that goes. Probably badly. Probably very badly. What are those squishy sounds? And where did the blue one go? I don't trust this. Not even a tiny bit. Everyone's doing fine now, so let's save. We've been in worse situations. It'll probably run here, yeah. I really don't like the blue things. They're so explodey. Okay, don't see anything. No, stay. Keep misclicking. It'll be fine. As long as the blue thing doesn't go right here. So, as I said, it's gonna be fine. Nothing to worry about. Okay. You see that one. Could you maybe do an aimed shot? Because that would be pretty neat. No clue where the blue thing went. No line of fire. Fine. It'll be okay. Let's even save before we end this turn. Because that's how confident I am that everything's gonna go exactly to plan. Okay. Finally starting to fight back. That's something. So many squishy sounds. Still don't know where the blue thing went. They still don't trust that. Yeah, so you got injured quite a bit. I mean, it could be worse. Let's actually save. Because, as I said, it could be way worse. So I think we'll take this. Right. That. Where are they going? What? Where are they running off to? Okay. So, you run as far as you can go. Which is clearly not far enough. What are they doing in the elevator? They're so weird. Elevator rooms. Okay. So. There. Nice. Got that one. No, where did the other one go? Nice. That worked. Okay. Come on. You can do it. Got that one. And... probably out of time units. Come on. Yes! No more worms. So my strategy is working. When I use it properly. So... we've had one injury. I think that was from Thorm. Okay. Kinda meant to do more stuff than that. I just pressed the wrong button. Where's the other unit? Oh, that one over there. Okay. There. Whoopsies. Just destroying the building a tiny bit. They don't need a functional building. Okay, that was not efficient. Anyone else? Dang it. Nope. Missed. Probably do, yeah. I'm not sure why that piece of... yeah, no clue why that thing just deteriorated like that. But I'll take it. It was strangely convenient, and that was a waste of time units. Quite a significant one, too. And you don't even have a line of fire. Alright. Perfect. How about you get back out of the way? And you move over here. That's more like it. No? Don't want to? Fine, didn't have the time units. Why do all the time units keep on going? They just disappear. Who's stealing our time units? Nope. When was the last save? Because I'm pretty sure that shot someone that shouldn't have. Okay. Let's try that again. Okay. Now you step out of the way as far as you can. Oh, fine. That thing is still there. I totally forgot about that one. Okay. I guess we need to deal with you. There we go. Got that one. Got that one. Now, your turn. Okay, that one fled. That one fled. Aim shot, please. There. No line of fire for that one. Got it. Nice. And got that one. Very convenient. No. You were right next to that spot. You see what I mean about the pathfinding? Walking over the spot I told the character to go to, and then the character goes and does a lap around the entire area. Yes, I'll save. Should have saved before doing that, because that was very typical for the pathfinding in this game. Nope, nope, nope. Don't crawl. No more crawling. Just stand up. Go over here. Do I want to go this way? No, I want to go this way. No, I want to go this way. No, I want to go this way. Just pick one. Go over here. Now go over here. Now go over here. There we go. And I thought I had difficulties making decisions. Come on. There we go. You actually managed to walk to the spot I told you to. Wow. Okay. So, hopefully you have... No. Did not have the ability to shoot that one. How about you? Nope. That was a complete miss. I mean, you can try, I guess. Nice emote. That was way off. Okay, so that's a no. Anyone else willing to try? Oh, come on! That's cheating. Whatever, next turn. Ha! Panicked. Serves you right. Yes, that giant thing we're at is an elevator. This giant rectangle. The issue was that they're basically all out of time units, so... South. I mean, probably. But why go south if I have a giant elevator right next to me? And the unit is panicking, so... It's probably gonna be fine. Got him. Was that the last one? I guess not. Oh boy. What are those? Alright. They look very fleshy. I mean, there are a bunch of elevators. There's one over there, and, like, that giant one. Yes, it does appear that they left their bagpipes behind. That was a huge waste of time units. Speaking of wasting time units, I think I did save, but it's fine. OC3 even. Ah, okay. That one's gonna be fun too. Yeah, I really don't like the slugs. Two of them, even. Oh boy. They're gonna keep us busy. Wait. Okay, that was weird. Let's try and go for that one. Right. That did not work. Okay. Well. Those slug things really aren't making it easy for us. It's going alright. How are you doing today? Why did you go even lower? That was weird. Wait, what? Oh no! There's so many of them. Oh boy. How's that thing still alive? Oh, you're crawling, right. Sorry, I forgot. Crawling is so useless. Whatever, let's just go for the next turn and see what happens. We'll have to deal with this mess somehow. Alright. No, we got hit, so seems fine. Got it. Okay. Now we'll save. Because we still have plenty to do. Oh boy. One of those. Yeesh. Please work. Oh no. Okay. Well, that didn't do anything. You try and get over there. Get over there. I'm pretty sure you're not gonna manage to aim that well, so let's try this. Speaking of not aiming that well. come on! Why are you trying to be horrible at aiming? Wait. Oh, there's your weapon. That was weird. What are you doing? Okay, just demolishing everything around. Good. Nope, not quite. Can someone please kill that thing? Because that's like the worst enemy to fight. Would be pretty nice if we didn't have to go for that one. Just do a snapshot, it'll be fine. It actually was fine. Okay. Let's try that again. Nope. Nope, no line of fire. How about you stand behind everyone else? That's gonna be fine. Why did that work? I mean, I'll take it. But I am going to be confused. Thank you for the follow. We really can't aim today. Well, let's see what happens if we just don't do anything. Maybe the popper is just gonna bleed out? Or run away? It actually did run away. Okay. Alright. Let's not question it. What was that? Something died. Oh. I think the popper might have gone off. So, I think we injured the popper to the extent that it was gonna blow up. Maybe. Because it didn't go after any of us. I mean, that's fine by me. Let's go and overwrite the save. Yes, that car is mostly gone. But I'm fine with that. You crouch there. Smart. Okay. Ah. That sure was an attempt. Okay, it's hiding now. Which gives us more time to get into position. I mean, yeah, but the grenades haven't really done much against the worms. Sadly. Because, well, the worms are quite tough. So I'd need to use a lot of grenades for one worm. Yes, I am already destroying the whole place, I know. Wasn't my intention, but... just trying to get rid of all the evil aliens, you know? You're the good guys. You could probably stay up here, because you're already quite injured. No, no. Stay. And you will just hide in here, I think. There. Now let's do the other one first. There. You go here. You go here. And you might not have the time to go there, but you'll try anyway. Perfect. Okay, trying to push the car sideways. Never said the aliens are smart. I think in some ways the AI is less smart in this game. It's like pushing half a car sideways. Seems kind of unlikely. Okay. Okay. Now go back in your hiding spot. You go over here. Great aim. You crouch. You crouch. Shooting everything, including the worm. Okay. I'm hoping that we won't be killing the worm this round. I just want to weaken it a lot. Well, there goes that plan. It'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen? Other than that. Yeah. I guess that. Wait, where's the fourth one? Oh, there it is, behind them. Seems like they haven't been injured? Maybe? We'll see. Like, maybe it's not that bad. Fine. They have been injured. Okay, let's load this one. Okay. We could just try some grenades. They are right next to each other. So, let's do smoke grenade. Or, well, maybe not a smoke grenade. But then again, could help. Maybe not a smoke grenade. Let's try that one. And throw. Well, it did something. Let's do another one. Okay, that worm doesn't really seem to care when there's an explosion right in its face. got caught in the car. Weird part of rubble. Kind of looks like a person. I mean, the car is already gone. At this point, we're just humiliating it. Okay. Well, it seems the worms are still there. They do not want to be knocked out. Well, they're fleeing. I guess that's something. Oh, fine, they're just fled the combat zone. Alright. That's one way to do it. So, combat rating of 110. Leadership bonus of 118. Live aliens captured. Equipment captured. Alright, good rating for that. I'll take it. It's probably fine. So yes, we win. Because the aliens gave up. Okay, let's see. Oh, we don't need that many. There. Yeah, exactly. Let's not worry about that. Stop worrying. It's gonna be fine. They probably just fled right onto the street and got hit by a car. Maybe they just had to go to the bathroom. There we go. Well, it's the end of week 2, finally. So... Senate is pleased with our performance and is increasing funding by 7,525. Nice. Very nice. And we had an overall rating this week of 2,316. And Parsec Mini Launcher Power Sword, Lineage Plasma Cannon, Plasma Defense Array, and Heavy Weapons Control. Okay, that's new. And the living quarters are complete at the second base. Good. Let's save. Oh, that was a very silly save game name. Alright. I mean, presumably swords wouldn't use ammo, which could be nice. It's just that a lot of the aliens have ranged weapons or have very deadly melee attacks. So, not so sure about using those. But it might work, technically. Is everyone still in training? Let's see. Well, everyone but the androids. Yeah, wounded, of course. Okay. And I guess we could check if we can hire other people. That button right there. Oh, we do have some possible applicants. Nobody with skill 100 in the science category. Let's see who we want to hire. I mean, the androids are pretty fancy. Those eyes, I think this person might be an alien. Yeah, I also think this person might be an alien. I feel like the aliens are trying to get hired. Let's hire this one. Bad eyesight, probably not something the aliens have. And... you look like you have acceptable accuracy. You're an alien, you're a robot, you're an alien, you're a robot, you're an alien. Yeah, we're not gonna hire the aliens. Androids, maybe. Aliens, no. Because they're clearly aliens. Look at those eyes. There's no way they're humans. They're probably sectoids or something. Okay. You're going to be... no. There. 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 That should be correct, I think. And where was the other one? There you are. There. Got our new units. I mean, eventually we'll also need to get them some armor, but right now I'm trying to figure out where the base is. There it is. So, armor. There, equipment. Let's get 2 of these. And what else? Medkits. I'll take all of those. Brain circle launcher, we don't need any of those, thanks. Power sword? I mean, it does have very good accuracy. A range of 2. I'll buy that. I'm curious about it. We have so many weird alien artifacts. Wait, maybe we can research them now. I'll have to check. Plasma gun. And plasma pods to go with it. Okay. Let's confirm. And let's also get some grenades to go with it. High explosive. Let's go for 20 each. There. Yes, the game is very punishing. We're now in week 3, so... not much further than that yet. Since we've only just started week 3. Okay. A report for the anthropod. Sure. The anthropod is capable of performing all the actions of an equivalent human soldier and can use weapons and equipment. It can also feed voraciously, but strangely, it does not seem to live very long in our environment, with a lifespan of only 5 days. There seems to be no further stage of development beyond this form. Okay. And now you'll go and... decays rapidly. Fine. Research that thing. Deadly liquid. Okay. And this group. Yeah, we do have projects for them. Good. There you go. Because, yeah, I kind of forgot about them. So the other ones do the organic specimens, and those guys do the artifacts. Makes sense. Which does mean that after they've researched the artifacts, we should hopefully be able to sell them. And just get rid of them. We could probably get some more... well, we could possibly get some nicer units. There. We've got someone with level 90. 92. 91. Okay. So we'll fire you. And you... we'll get you on the team, fire you. Okay, now everyone has, well, close to level 90 or more. Now I just need to wait for the other ones to arrive. Dang it. Right. Like, we didn't equip the new ones yet, I think. So I'll still have to do that. Where are they in the list? I think you're one of the new ones. Yep. There's your armor. And your helmet. And there's your armor. Okay. Now, let's give you your basic weapons and stuff. You're both gonna have these guns, which go with these things. So you can have 3 of those. And some grenades. Actually, I guess you could have 5 of them. No, 4 of them, I mean. Yeah. That's how math works. And you can have another one of those grenades. Okay. Oh, fine, it was 5, because one of them is in the actual gun. I mean, it makes sense. There. Now let's check everyone else. You need new grenades. So you'll get new grenades. And you'll also get another grenade. You'll get a bonus grenade. You really don't have many grenades. Well, fine. Not that few either, but still. Bit of a mess in here. I wonder if they automatically try and refill their inventories. Because that would explain some of these messes. Yeah, I've got a feeling they do that. There. Just makes it easier to check if they're all in the same spot for everyone. Okay. You have a messy inventory. Let's give you more smoke grenades. And one of each of the other ones. Pretty good. That's a mess. There. And there. Not sure if that thing's necessary, so just grab another grenade instead. You're not going to be in this mission, but might as well check your inventory too. Well, that's entirely mirrored, so I'll fix that. This is where we put the grenades. The other side is where we put the ammo. Laser beam and laser beam, good. Don't want to give them the wrong ammo by accident. So, does everyone have a medkit? You don't. Does everyone else have a medkit? Alright, good. Wait. You're an alien. I guess we did hire an alien last time. I guess we'll see. Okay. It's gonna be fine. Thank you for the follow. And let's go. Oh, I think I clicked the wrong thing, didn't I? Yep, I'm pretty sure I did. I need to do all the inventory management again. Fine. But at least this time we'll do it before we end up in a mission. Which is a lot safer. Oh, you're reporting to base. Oh, fine, because you were only just hired. Okay. There you are. On your way. There he is. And... no, I think that's both of them. I got bribed. What? I would never. So, I'll have to fix this mess again. Now I don't really need the stun guns that much anymore. They're kinda useless. So... that grenade... that grenade... this is... a mess. There. Get your act together. I need to make proper homemade pizza again soon. It's been too long. Wouldn't want to get out of practice. I mean, talk about life skill. Okay. your inventory is a bit messy. That's gonna make it easier to see what's going on. I mean, I know I don't need to sort this stuff, it's just gonna make it easier to check everyone, because we've got a lot of units. Alright, you need the full equipment. There, 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 and there. And you got this gun. And ammo here. Grenades there. Alright. Oh. Medkit. And yeah, there's lots of stuff going on here. Let's fix that. Well, I mean, I play a decent amount of XCOM, even though I only play it once a week, but, well. I feel like I get my weekly XCOM fix. And I don't really want to, like, pick up other people's strategies. Because I'm having fun with the ones I came up with, even if they're not the most efficient. Because, in my experience, sometimes it's more fun to just not really have a clue. I just try and see what happens. There. Neat. Okay, that should be it. Now we save. So we don't have to do it a third time. And we speed up time. Right. This research is done. Yeah, Wasteland 3, it's tricky. We've been playing it on the Stealthy Cookies channel. There's new episodes that are going to come out for Wasteland 3 eventually. Still busy editing those. But yeah. The game is definitely tricky. Especially with, like, healing items being difficult to come by. Yes. We're still figuring stuff out. So. There's 2 episodes so far, if you haven't seen them yet. But yeah, it's fun to play multiplayer. So... they already have a project. And they're gonna work on this one, because it says it's decomposing. And they're gonna get the alien artifact project. And just those 2. And let's deal with our staff situation. So we want people of higher skill levels. There we go. So we get rid of you. And we get rid of you. So now we've got 5 again. Exactly. And the new ones are going to work on the research as soon as they're at the base. And then we can save again, and then we can speed up time and see what happens. I am curious about the new XCOM games. I mean, obviously we're far from, like, modern times with this one. I have played the first 2, and now the 3rd one. So, yeah, it'll probably take a while longer to get to the actual modern ones. If we even get there. What do you mean? I'm guessing in the video? Ah, right. So... let's deal with the research. There they go. Much better. Now we save. Well, for me, I'd say I'm not generally good at games, but I have fun. And that is kind of what counts. And I'm patient. So I get there eventually. Alright, so now everyone should be ready to go on this mission. Unless there's still some people wounded in the back. Well, you're not gonna go along this time. And let's go. 17 units. We're gonna be unstoppable. Well, I mean, probably not, but we'll see. Gonna be nice to have 18 units. So 3 groups of 6 each. Because group of 6 seems, well, a lot nicer to handle. Also, the 3 looks exactly like the 5. So that's some neat design. Well, not exactly, but it looks very similar to the 5. Yeah, for me, I just tend to have a silly amount of patience. So... I wouldn't say that I'm actually good at games, I'm just very persistent. So, I'm so stubborn that I just don't stop until I figured it out. But it kind of works, so, you know. Yep, just brute force. But, like, actual, like, reflexes... or, like, the actual measurable skills, I'd say I'm not the greatest at those. So, I'm not ever going to be a speedrunner, because I'm not good at that stuff. Like, I'm not very precise. I guess patience is memorable, but like, I meant in terms of like getting high scores in games. That tends to not be something I end up doing. Well, I do understand it when people aren't patient. Because, like, in some scenarios, I might not be as patient as in others. So, I just kind of apply that when I'm not sure why someone else is more impatient, if you get what I mean. So, yeah. Like, for example, some people are a lot more patient with others than with themselves. And for others, it's the other way around, so they work best alone. So, we all have our different strengths. Okay. Well. Didn't expect that. Aliens hiding in the lecture hall. The age-old trick. Did you just shoot the other person in the back? That's... That skull needed some renovations anyway. Yeah, I don't think we're doing great. Yeah. Let's go back to our last save. I mean, maybe the school's going to get more funding now that they're lacking some walls. I mean, it would be fair, at least. There. I guess if we all try and hide in here, that could save some time. And then the other ones can come around the corner. So they're now hidden from the aliens. Presumably. Yeah, I don't think that's how school open days are supposed to function. Just removing the walls. So I guess the maximum number of soldiers you could bring on a mission would be 6 times 6. So 36. Lowering the barrier of entry. Nice one. Uh-oh. Wait. What? I'm pretty sure that character decided to go and fly off, but it looked like, well, with the shadow floating around, it kind of looked like he turned into a rat or something and just ran between everyone. So, that was kind of funny. And yes, the school blew up again. Don't mind that. So... let's just have them all go in here. Okay, apparently you can't go there. Neither can the other ones. So let's just line up there to eventually go around the corner. There. Okay. See if that works any better. Well, that's awkward. Them all turning around one by one and the alien walking back out. Oh, that was perfect. Oh. Nice. Uh-oh. 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 Nope. 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 Don't run! Shoot! Well. There goes the school again. Yeah, that was silly. I liked it. That was loading. I picked the wrong save to load. There we go. So... yo, do the same thing again. There. Okay. Crouch. And crouch. Crouch. You stand there. You stand there. I guess you can crouch. Well, let's see what happens. Okay. That just made them turn around. Wait, why are they running away now? Dang it! They're standing in the way! Idiots. There was a reason behind... Well, they don't care. Okay. Let's see, how bad is it? It's not great. Okay. How do we do this? Let's do aggressive mode. Crouch. Hope they do their job this time. That'd be nice. Yes. All in aggressive mode. There. There. And I'll have them crouch to try and not get shot. You can stand. And you just stand right here. Also in aggressive mode though. Let's go. No running away allowed. Oopsies. Critically wounded. Okay, killed that one. I'm just trying to see if this is going to end any better. Let's see, can we get this guy to not kill us? Okay, so he did still get critically wounded, because he did manage to run all the way there. I wonder what makes him spawn down there. Let's go back here again. So... guess we can just have them group up here. That way they have some cover, but not too much. And then they move forward. There. Let's try and just assemble as much of a firing squad as we can. There, you crawl. You crawl. Or not, I guess. Fine. Crouch then. And you stand right behind and maybe also crouch. And the ones in the back stand. I would have preferred if the front row could lay down, but we didn't manage to do that. No running away. Okay, I forgot to make them all hostile. Why did they get up from crouching? What was the point of that? I was just wasting time units, I guess. Well, we'll see. Yeah, well, that didn't go well. Yeah, crouching is hard. Okay. Let's use fewer time units. Can you lay down now? Yes, you can. Good. And now you crouch on this person's legs. And you stand in the back. And then hostile. Okay. Maybe that'll do it. Crouch. Crouch. Nope. Stay. Well, there go your time units. And you face this way. You face this way. And the other ones can come around the corner, I guess. I mean, I get... Sure. Like, if you have knee issues, for example, it would be more difficult to crouch. I like how they're just turning back around and leaving. Okay, so. Is this gonna work? We've got our firing squad. Can they manage to get the blue thingy? Or are they going to explode? They are going to explode. Perfect. I guess a proximity mine would have been useful for this. But instead, let's throw a smoke grenade. Right over here. That did not work. Okay. Nice aim. You aimed at the wall right next to you. It's not what I asked you to do, but... I mean, at least you did something. I guess. You tried. Also not quite what I was asking for. Just throw in a straight line. I guess we might have to ask someone else to do it. Where's your skill level? No separate throwing skill. Fine. Maybe this is gonna help. Wait, don't drop it. There. Activate. And throw. That's better. Now you crouch. Or I guess you could lay down. Nope. Not what I meant to do. Let's try one last time. Okay, you go there. You stand right there. You throw a smoke grenade. You can do it. I believe in you. There we go. That wasn't that difficult. Okay. So I'm hoping that the smoke is going to obscure us enough that the blue thing isn't going to just run at us. We'll see. That's the idea, at least. There. Okay. And let's turn them aggressive and them aggressive. Now let's see how this is gonna go. Not sure how they didn't see it before it was right next to them. And the other group is running away as usual. Kinda hope they don't kill it, because otherwise we have the worms to deal with. And the worms are a lot. Could you not shoot your comrades? Wait. Oh, it ran around the corner. But they started shooting it, so it turned around. Genius. Wait. I think that might have worked. Yeah, that worked. Nobody got hurt. the blue thing is right in front of us. Let's save. Because we'll have to try and knock out the blue thing, because otherwise we have an explosion on our hands. So, what's the least incendiary ammo we've got? Plasma? Maybe? Wait. Is it knocked out? I think it's knocked out. Huh. How did that happen? I guess we killed it. Okay. I didn't expect that to work. Sure. I'll take it. So I'm pretty sure I've saved, which is good. Okay. Now we get to the tricky part. Okay, dealt with that one. Uh-oh. Where's it going? Okay. Bye, I guess. And there's one more right there. Let's save again. I'll put that save right here. Nice. Nice. And now... the worm. Ew. That wasn't good. I want nobody to get hurt in the first wave if possible. There. No line of fire. What if you crouch and you stand up? No line of fire. Fine. Well, of course. Okay. Let's overwrite the other save. Because this seems even better than before. Because now we just have one worm to deal with. Yeah. So it took 3 shots. Only slightly injured. Not sure we can do any better than that. I guess we can see what happens if we just wait. Crouch. And you stand up. And you turn around. You turn around. Okay. The cowards who were standing in the front and are now standing in the back. Okay. Can't search it. Fine. Oh, there's still a spitter back there. Well, well, well. Got him. And say... and we'll see how this goes. What's that worm doing? Ow. Silly worm. Everyone's slowly turning around towards it, but nobody's shooting it. Smart. Okay, nobody got hurt here. One person got slightly hurt here. Let's try and maybe stun the worm? Yeah. So, stun gas. You open the door. You activate it at the end of turn. You throw it. Right here. You move back from the door. And you crouch. That should have... Nope. Did not knock out the worm. Why? There's an alien just spitting against the door. Okay, that didn't work. At all. Well... the worm didn't hurt anyone. I guess that works. Where did it go? Did the worm pass out? Because I think it was right there. Well, thank you. Wait, you've already finished them? Both of them? Yeah, the game is not easy. Ah, fine. Well, because you said videos, I just was a bit confused, because you might be a time traveler. Otherwise, I'm not sure how you'd be able to watch both of them. Half of both. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, nobody seems to see an alien. It's probably fine. I mean, there's clearly an alien back here. The one who was spitting out the door. There. Next turn. Okay, so there's a spitter. Or, no, one of those. Eh. That's a big old meanie. Stop it. Stop it. I said stop it. Okay. Slightly hurt. The thing is, we just have so many missions we need to go on that we don't really have time for people to get hurt. Oh, he was there the entire time. Oh. That explains things. That's how he had so much time to do stuff. I thought we knocked him out. I guess we didn't. There. Hmm. I mean, if we're all grouped up like this, they'll probably want to leave. And these aliens don't really seem to have grenades, just the poppers. The running thingies. Okay. Nice. Let's save. And I guess we'll crawl closer. Ah, there's the creature. Anything in here? Yes. A panicking creature. Got him. Okay, this looks empty. So this might be the last one, possibly. Okay. Keeps on trying to go through that door, but it's not working. Let's show him how to open doors. There. And there. Hello. Got him. And that was the last alien. There we go. So we've got a promotion. I'm doing alright. But I have been streaming for 5.5 hours. It's getting a bit warm today in here. So I do think that's going to be it for today. Because I need some fresh air. But it's been fun. Made a lot of progress. Found a lot of weird ways to fight aliens. So I'd call that a productive stream. So let's switch over here. And let's see who we're going to raid. So anyone we know currently live? Actually, yes. Several people, actually. Who do we go for? I think it's been a while since we've raided Tivik. Seems Tivik is playing Baldur's Gate 2. So we'll be heading over there. Other than that, schedule is right here. So yeah, tomorrow we'll be playing more Ultima 5, and on Thursday we'll be finishing Star Trek Judgment Rights. And we'll probably be finishing Star Trek Judgment Rights, as I mentioned. So the week after, so on the 27th, should be, like Thursday next week. Anyway, that's probably where the 3,000 follower stream is going to fit in, since we reached 3,000 followers between last stream and this stream, basically. So yeah, that's where that celebration is going to be. It'll be on the next schedule, of course, but you can look forward to that. Don't forget to, like, buy party hats and maybe popcorn. And and yeah, you can see all the URLs in chat. So Twitter and Mastodon is where I post those schedules. I also post them on Discord. And yeah, like to YouTube channels. One of them is where I've uploaded a fair number of my VODs and need to catch up on uploading the rest of them. And the other one is where you can, among other things, watch Gollum and I play Wasteland 3. So, yeah. And we're about to finish the playthrough of Turnip Boy, which has been a fun one. So, I would also recommend that one. Anyway, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye!